banks. You heard me talk about private equity, and then there is the debt financing. Some of these projects, you can't do it with only private equity. You need the development financial institutions to give you the debt. Why did we come to Uganda? We are elsewhere, but Uganda is special, not because I'm a Ugandan, but I have also talked to my colleagues in the Frontier Energy group. One, when I compare when I started in this sector in 2008 and where it is now, this is the best sector where everyone should be. One, there is already, or there was, even now it's improving the regulatory framework. You've heard people talk about our regulator, who has been, like, over time selected as the best in Africa. We shouldn't take that for granted. Another item is the commitment from all stakeholders, the permit issuing agencies, and like the one-stop center. If you came here as a new investor, I'm sure you won't get lost like we were getting lost in 2008. A lot has improved. And for the Get Fit program, that time there were some exemptions, tax exemptions. There were risk guarantees that were put in place. Generally, everyone was working around having this project provide a solution for us as a country. I hope I will be able to add more during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anisent. I think we just need to quote one statement when Anisent said, Uganda is the best market and this is where you have to be. So I think this is a remarkable statement. Thank you so much for that. And maybe a very, very short response, Harold, because now KfW and Multiconsult, we are stepping out, right? So we hand over the program fully to ERA. A private developer like Frontier Energy, should they expect any change? There's only one answer.
A resounding no. No change.
Very good. Thank you so much. that was the answer we expected. Maybe one question a bit more towards the future, and this goes to MEMD again, the question, because you are the only one who can really respond to that. So now we see Karuma online. We speak a lot about the new major hydropower plants in the future. So a private developer like Frontier Energy might wonder, where's still space for the small and mid or medium renewable energy programs? So what is the perspective of the government on these developers? And for the sake of time, we need to make concise responses so that we can still cover 2-3 topics and then broaden the floor to the audience. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And I think like what all previous speakers have said, the key thing is the conducive environment. And the conducive environment goes hand in hand with the policies in place, the legal and regulatory framework, and even the political environment. But from our side, the ministry, key to note is because of the evolving technologies and the environment, climate change, all other things. Recently, we revised our energy policy to 2023, and we've set a very ambitious generation target of 52 gigawatts by 2040. Then also we have amended our Electricity Act to incorporate things like net metering, to incorporate things like independent transmitters, to incorporate, like I've talked about the revised, the refit from 20 to 50 megawatts now. Then we have put into place an energy transition plan to cater for movement from fossil to renewable technologies. Basically, we're trying to set up the environment to be conducive. We are talking about now, we have moved away from the single buyer model to multi-buyer model. ETC is no longer taking up that monopoly. Then we are talking about the regulator now is putting into regulations for direct sale of power. All these are aimed at ensuring that going forward, we're able to put into place to attract investments, especially from the private players. Then on the side of capacity, we are, for example, in our generation mix, we're looking at also nuclear. We are looking at siting to develop a nuclear power plant. We have moved from Karuma now. We are partnering with private players to develop Ayago 840 megawatts, to develop Oriang 300 total megawatts. Then we are on the side of government. We are trying to package Chiba, which is 400 megawatts. So that is it moves into development in the next 1 or 2 years. So all I can say, we are energized and we are triggered. So the sector is vibrant. We are putting it in the renewable environment. So going forward, the sector looks bright. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this reassurance. Now, Anisend and David, I have one question to you. One to you, Anisend, as a developer, and one to you, David, as a development partner. And we are here to lessons learned, or to talk about lessons learned. And it's nice to praise each other, but obviously we should also talk about what was not so well. So maybe you can imagine one item, Davide. So when you think about the many stakeholders involved, when you talk about the several development partners, ERA, MEMD, MOFPET, everybody, what was probably not so nice in this regard? So what was probably a challenge? And Anisend, for you, it would be the exact same thing. So when you look at the whole program from a developer perspective, what was the one thing where you felt this should have been avoided from the beginning and it gives you still a headache? So what is that one? Over to you, and let's try to be precise. Thank you.
Thank you. If it is one thing, I think it was something to do with the coordination in relation to planning between the development and the evacuation plan, because right now we still have evacuation lines that were under the Get Fit program. They are not developed, and right now most of the energy is converted to dimmed energy. So it was on the planning. Evacuation line should have been really done well.
Let's take that one into consideration. I'm pretty sure that MEMD also took note of that.
So on my side, let me have a disclaimer. I've been very lucky to be at the beginning of the project and at the end with 100% of the results. So it is difficult to find a black spot in this, because of course all the difficulties were in between and I was not around, and you solved them. But let me say that one thing we really insisted in the planning of the program, and it was not possible at that time, was to have an access component to the program. So we were ready to provide additional funds for that. So we wanted the communities surrounding these facilities to benefit of these plants, and not just seeing lines passing above their heads. So unfortunately, at that time, it was not possible for very good reasons, but we are glad that that KfW has taken this on, and in replicating their efforts elsewhere, they do have now an access component related to that.
Thank you, Davide. This is well noted. So the two black spots. So this is for the future when we develop another program. Inshallah, in the future, this is something we shall be considering from the beginning. Now let us come back to the brighter side. And here, I think what's quite unique about Uganda, about the Get Fit program in Uganda, it was an example. It's not only limiting the impact on Uganda, so Get Fit is right now implemented also or developed in Zambia and also in Mozambique. And we're very lucky because, Davide, with you, we have once again somebody who somehow found his way to work also with Get Fit in another country. So I'd like to hear from you, maybe your experience, what kind of differences or similarities you have observed in Zambia, and maybe a prognosis, whether you say this is going to succeed in Zambia, or maybe what the differences are to Uganda. And then also for Harold, maybe you, this will be the last question then of the panel after David. It will be also for ERA to respond. So are you connected somehow to the regulators in Zambia and in Mozambique? And what kind of role can you play? Because it must be quite interesting to have this transboundary discussions and where you can really share lessons learned that you have gained here in Uganda. So thank you very much. And audience, after these two questions have been responded, please raise your hands and then we have 15 minutes to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Yes, I by accident I was in Zambia those days. So, and indeed I've witnessed the planning and the start of the program in Zambia. Unfortunately, we weren't able to directly finance the program because of clerical issues. You know, we are multi-annual programs. We were towards the end of our 2014-2020 program, and from the national envelope, we did not have funds for that, and from the regional envelope, it was difficult to sell, even though I tried to acquire 10 million euros for that. We did, however, keep a very close dialogue with KfW, the regulator, everybody, because our electrify country window had 40 million euros, and the country strategy was very much in tune with what Get Fit Zambia was wanted to achieve, and we were ready to provide for equity and debt financing through EDFI, a consortium of European development banks. So I wished why I was so fond of funding Get Fit Zambia, for a number of reasons. First of all, business continuity. So KfW and also their implementing partners, the faces were very known. They knew what they were talking about. So for them to fix and to adapt the nitty-gritties of the standardized legal documents to the Zambia context, it was not like to start anew. So this was really a plus, I would say. A second plus was the need to top up the tariffs was no longer there. So you could achieve much more with less. Just to tell you, the program was 120 megawatt solar in 3 lots. The auctions results were stunning for that moment in time. So the cheapest of the 3 lot, 3.99 cents per kilowatt hour. The second lot, 4.52 cents per kilowatt hour. And the third one, 4.8 cents per kilowatt hour. So all three below the government target, and the Uganda government target of $5 per kilowatt hour. So that was amazing. To my knowledge, in 2020, the 3.99 cents per kilowatt hour was the cheapest globally in the world. So never achieved for solar PV at that time, as far as I know, that value, which means indeed that there was a strong, I mean, the market knew Get Fit, and the technology was there, and possibly in excess. So there was an excess capacity for solar PV, and the combination of the two factors led to an incredibly low proposal. Now, these are the good points. The bad points are all summarized in what the regulator said earlier on. The off-taker. The situation with the single off-taker, vertically integrated public utility company, was and is still very bad. So the off-taker was absolutely not was making the closure of the deals unbankable. And I have to say that KfW has tried many things, but the fact that the IMF restructuring exercise got into the country added really a lot of complexity. So the result of that situation, which was not experienced here, is that 5 years in implementation, the financial close the government has announced only a few months ago, thanks to the support of 2 European development financiers who are ready to take a much bigger risk. So these are the points I wanted to make. Credit worthiness of the off-taker, I can only subscribe to what it was said before, and also, you know, the structuring of the private sector financing that must go along with it. And that's all from my side.
I think the 3.99 cents per kilowatt hour, we say challenge accepted, Zambia. Uganda should achieve that one as well. Huh? But Ira, Harold, maybe you can reflect maybe in 1 minute so a bit whether you are involved in Mozambique and Zambia or whether you have been asked as kind of, let's say, grandparent, because you have been very familiar with the processes and how you can share these lessons learned with the other governments in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, thank you. I think if there has been one thing that we've done more than anything is to set the standardized power purchase agreement, and I would say export that across the continent. Zambia, Mozambique, and this is even going further. We're looking past Zambia and Mozambique. We're looking at Malawi, we're looking at Liberia, we're looking at a number of other institutions. That's our first contribution across the continent. The second one, of course, is we've remained in touch with a number of these other countries, regulators who are struggling. We've come up as an institution with a peer review mechanism where we assist regulators. We've done this for Zambia. We've done this for Mozambique. When they come here, they spend as much as a week with us as regulators, and we take them through. What does it take to actually develop a small power project, a medium power project? They learn the lessons, they see the difficulties. We really hope that we see success in these two projects. It means a lot for the continent, Zambia and Mozambique. And I do believe that if we achieve this as a continent, if we achieve this 3.9 US cents in Zambia, we achieve this in Mozambique, it does speak a good renewable energy story for the whole continent. Because what we see across the board is that these lessons, these financial benefits are replicated across borders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my questions are exhausted. So first, I suggest we give a round of applause for this very excellent panel. And for the sake of time, we still have a presentation which will last approximately 20 minutes for the regulatory information management system. That means now we have approximately 10 to 15 minutes to take some questions. So in case you have a question, we might need to limit them to 3 to 4, but let's try. If we choose you, please state your name and also direct your question directly to one of the panelists so that we know exactly. So we say ladies first, over to you.
Thank you. With regards to trend, as you've said, great practices like peer review and transnational cooperation with regards to making the laws, what would you say in Uganda as a trendsetter needs to improve, or with regards to international best practice and where the world is going with regards to a regulatory framework, what would you say here is something we need to start preparing for with regards to change or best practice or policy, especially with the contribution of the private sector, and more specifically from what you've learned with the Get Fit project? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is an excellent question, and let us take another one because I think this one is very directly clear, directed towards Ira, and then the gentleman over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mukoza John once again. 100% delivery. That's very impressive. Thank you very much. I would like to find out what developer means in the context of international or national investor, and how are the national native investors performing? My last short question is there Get Fit too? Thank you.
So there's again, one over there, and then we just need to have a break so that we panelists can respond to the questions, then we see how much time is left. So over to the lady. No, this lady over there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is Daphne Kabagadieri, and I'm graduating from Accra University in January. So my question is to all the panelists. What incentives are there to involve the youth in all these projects going on. For example, Mr. Harold said something about continuity, and my understanding is for the continuity to happen, the youth must be strongly involved. And then also Milton was projecting something about the Get Fit projects. So what routes are there to enable the youth infiltrate into the sector? And then also the different opportunities available.
Let us first respond to the questions and then we see how much time is left. I hope this is okay with you. Sorry. So the first question I think was clearly directed towards ERA, and I think it's also some of the others, but let us start, Harold, with the first question that was directed towards you, that was speaking about really this knowledge management and sharing that.
Okay, so with regard to knowledge management and what we need to prepare for, first of all, as a sector, one of the things we've made a commitment to as a sector is to keep in touch with evolving trends. So some of the policy changes that you see are actually geared towards us being able to transcend the next changes. Things we've provided for, like open access, like net metering, like removing the single buyer, all that is creating a very strong framework to prepare for these changes. And you'll also note that in 2022, from the lessons that we learned in GetFit, we actually ended up amending our Electricity Act. After about 22 years, since it was passed in 1999, we learned a number of lessons, looked at our laws, looked at where they are responsive, and then we made changes. Also what my colleague Julius talked about concerning expanding this threshold from 1 to 20 to from 1 to 50. If you look at our new refit right now, it's quite expansive and is cascading across various technologies, simply because of some of these lessons that we have learned, that we want to see that at the end of the day, we must have an evolving regulatory system that gives confidence to every single developer. Thank you.
Now I look to the panelists, the question about national developers versus the international developers. Who would like to respond on this one? I don't know.
Thank you.
Maybe Anisent. I think Anisent can start and then Harold can complement.
Yeah, I don't think that in this sector, like there is a differentiation that this one is a local investor or international investor. Because even if you're an international investor and you're coming to like Uganda to invest, you don't know some of these sites. They are already Ugandans that have already invested in the studies, and they already have the permits and even licenses, and then you have to have a way of working with them. So there is no big difference. Everyone is treated the same because there is a lot of transparency. That's what I've witnessed over the last 16 years. I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Harold, you would like to complement, or is this satisfyingly?
I'm going to complement local participation. One of the things that we wanted to achieve was actually local participation, especially for commercial banks, the Stanbics, the Standard Chartered, the City banks. And we have seen that post GetFit, we have a number of these local banks beginning to take interest. UDB, we have a solar power project outside GetFit that has actually been funded by UDB, DFCU. All these are actually coming in. The other element that, of course, I want to speak about is that we have seen local developers. Projects like PA Technical, Nkusi, it's actually developed by a local Ugandan. We have about 3 or 4 other projects right now in the pipeline where the sponsors and the developers are Ugandan. But I've also seen a change that the local content is no longer coming in to put in what we used to call sweat capital. They are here for the long run. They are actually owning these projects, taking the proceeds of these projects and developing subsequent projects, which was not there the first time. So great kudos once again to GetFit.
And I think this also answered a bit the question about whether there's a GetFit phase 2. I think when we compare the situation 10 years ago when GetFit was developed, I think this is quite a different situation right now. So a program like GetFit is probably not needed anymore because really the sector has matured, the players have been really professionalized. And I think really this is something which we said at the beginning of the panel, mission accomplished, let's now look for the next quest. But I think a GetFit is not needed. There was one question very nicely articulated about the youth and continuity management. So I think this is a very...
On you have spoken about the next quest. So our hope is that indeed this multi-donor government private sector partnership could extend to the next frontier, which is access. So I wonder whether reflection could be done on that.
Maybe this is something we have to invite for a workshop and sit together and then need some inspirational speakers who can remind us what 10 years when we enter the room for the discussion about the private sector development in renewable energies, how we can then have this discussion about access. For the sake of time, David, I think we start this discussion today over lunch. But right now, we just respond to the question about youth and continuity. And there, Anisent already volunteered to respond on this question.
Yes, because one of the benefits we got with these Get Fit projects were the jobs and a lot of impact that we have seen over the years, including the fact that we are starting to export skills to other projects in Africa where the Get Fit is happening because we know how to do it. Now, when it comes to the youth, as Frontier Energy, with our 8 power plants, we have been actually opening up to a number of people who come up to see what goes on, because some people have studied about hydropower, but they've never seen. I'm sure people went to school at the same time I was in school, used to study about it, but they had never seen what a turbine looks like. So schools do apply. We organize with them. They come and are taken through, but also we have experienced over our 8 projects that the youth in those communities, when they start to see the project developer mapping out, then they ask themselves what skills are needed. They have done those courses. I can say that we have had some of the employees coming from within around the area, because when the project started, they went to study. So there is continuity, and for us as Frontier Energy and a key developer in this sector, not only in Uganda but in Africa, sustainability is key, and you cannot talk about sustainability without talking about the workforce, which looks at the youth. Thank you.
I would also like to complement that from development partners' point of view, and in particular Team Europe and the Global Gateway. So human capital is one of the key fundamentals. So we are serious about it. Each and every program generally has a capacity building component. And one example, I don't know if GIZ is in the room, is the TVET, the support to the solar PV industry with their program. It's not university, but it is to generate the kind of future leaders in the sector, to support companies like Frontiers and others. And we also have programs for exchange within Africa, so across the continent. And we have programs, it's called Erasmus Plus, with exchanges at university level between Uganda and European universities. I'm happy to provide you with more information in the interest of time after the session.
But now you know who you need to sit next to at lunch. So Davide, and then the last words to the commissioner.
As government, as facilitating documents, like because we sign with the developers in implementation agreements, but always put a clause to give emphasis to local content. And the local content, when you give emphasis to local content, is one entry point for the youth to be incorporated in these projects. Thank you.
That's a brilliant addition. So for the sake of time, I think, yes.
Just to complement what the commissioner has said, at Frontier Energy, we are employing 100% Ugandans. It's the people that are doing everything. So local content, we are following that tightly. Thank you.
And let us continue with giving them a round of applause. I think this has been an excellent panel. Now, the challenge is you might already think about lunch in 20 minutes time, but I guarantee you when you right now run to lunch, there's no lunch yet. So you should stay here and listen to another presentation from ERA, which will blow you away about the regulatory management information system. So stay here. But I think for the photo, there should be a small photo opportunity with the panelists. And then I think we leave the space for our colleague from ERA for the final presentation.
Can I ask also a round of applause for KfW for managing in such a wonderful way the session?
Thank you very much. All right, and then one final input for this today's session is the RIMS, Regulatory Information Management System, to be presented by Anselm. Thank you.
My name's Anselm Olweny. I'm a manager ICT at Electricity Regulatory Authority. I'm here to share with you a summary of one of the projects that was sponsored, that was funded by KfW. And this is the Regulatory Information Management System project. This system is a web-based system that we have developed for ERA, and it is used for managing ERA's regulatory processes. I will take you through an overview of the system, a summary of key stakeholders, our current status, the challenges we experienced, the impact we already see, and the future phases and goals of the system, of the project rather. Just as a background, Electricity Regulatory Authority is a statutory body established in 1999 in accordance with the Electricity Act to regulate the generation, transmission, distribution, sale, import, export of electricity energy in Uganda. And one of the objectives of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, and that was set sometime around 2013, 2014, was to invest in information technology in order to improve the efficiency of her processes and services. And to realize that, we came up with a project, and the project is RIMS, Regulatory Information Management System, to develop an information system to really help improve the efficiency in terms of information management and process automation. And the aim of this system is to strengthen sector regulation in order to enhance ERA's service excellence and stakeholder satisfaction. And the objectives were four: to improve data and information management within the authority, enhance compliance monitoring and enforcement, which are the responsibilities of the authority, streamline investment planning and verification, and then also modernize ERA's back office processes. And we have been on this journey for quite some time. We began around 2016 with a concept for funding, and at that time we were fortunate that the Get Fit program accepted to fund the project. And once we had secured the funding for the project, we procured a consultant to guide the project through its life and ensure that whatever we get out of it is of good quality. And then about 2019, we embarked on a process. Remember, before that time, all our processes were manually based. So we embarked on a process of documenting our internal processes at ERA with the intention to automate them. And in that process as well, we defined the future state of those processes, how they should function. And then about 2021, we procured a developer, a software developer, to develop the system based on the requirements and the aspirations that we had picked through the process of documenting the processes. And between 2021 to 2024, we were really developing the system, and we have rolled it out this year, and we hope to have a public launch of the solution before the end of this year, sometime in December. Okay. The key functions of this system include, one, to help in the storage and retrieval of the information that the regulator uses to do its work. There's a lot of information that a regulator like ERA collects on a monthly, quarterly, annual basis. We collect information from our licensees, our permit holders, and this is this information that we use to determine their license terms and conditions, whether they are compliant with those terms and conditions, generally to regulate the entire sector. So that is one of the functions, to help us collect and also retrieve that information. The solution, the system also is to help with data analysis. Most of these data that we receive are statistical kind of data. So the solution has been designed in such a way that it can compute, it can analyze, so that our analysts, as they are doing their work, at least they find summaries, and then they can use their time to generate insights and inferences from the data that has been already analyzed for them. The solution is also intended to ensure compliance monitoring and enforcement. For example, most of these regulations, most of these regulatory instruments that ERA issues usually have milestones, usually have deadlines. There are specific times and periods when things must be done, things must be submitted. So we have locked these timelines and milestones into the system such that that they cannot easily be lapsed. The solution is also designed to help with to be a communication platform. Now, with the solution in place, our licensees and permit holders, all of them will be users in the system, and now we can seamlessly communicate within that platform. And then, because we are using the solution to collect statistics, the solution is also helping with generation of reports and statistics, which will be accessible to the public, to the government ministries and agencies for planning and also research. So in summary, these are some of the functions that the solution that we have developed is supposed to do. Okay, just a quick summary of the processes. There are very many processes within the authority, but the processes that we have automated, we focused on automating our regulatory processes. So right now, or before we developed this solution, if you were to apply for a license, you had to come, pay your money, come get a receipt, and then maybe your application is accepted. Now we have, with the solution in place, payment has been made online. You pay online wherever you are, and the system is seamless, and the application is also submitted online. So the processes that we have automated, just quickly, the payment registration, we have automated our workflow, we have automated installation permit process, the feasibility study permit application licensing has been automated. Internally, for our internal requisition management, compliance monitoring, essentially majority of the regulatory processes that we use, we have automated those in RIMS. And of course, we went through the normal project development cycle, but right now we are in post go live hand-holding phase, where the system is being used internally yet, and we are doing data migration, but also helping our staff to get familiar and comfortable with the system. And through the development of the system, we engaged our sector operators, our licensees. We created the liaison team with them. We developed an in-house multi-sectoral, multi-functional team, and also ensured that the staff and the licensees are aware, involved throughout the stages of the development of the system, so that they can own and also be familiar with the system. The benefits we expect from this solution, way back when we were envisioning it, one, we expect that eventually at full implementation, we should see enhanced decision making within the sector itself, not only at ERA, because we expect to have timely and quality information. We also expect to see that there is growth that can be attributed to implementation of this system through its assistance in ensuring compliance and enforcement. We believe that if what has been determined is implemented, when it's required to be implemented, we shall see our sector grow. We also expect to see a reduction in the process timelines of our processes internally, as well as improved availability of statistics. Right now, it's very cumbersome to generate and provide statistics whenever required. We expect that now, when we are fully on board with the system, these statistics will be easier to get. And also, we expect at the end of the day to see a reduction in the costs of doing business, at least within the processes of ERA, due to elimination of some redundant processes or irrelevant processes. For example, right now, a developer, when they are submitting a license application, you are required to come with certified copies of certificate of incorporation, articles of association, legal documents from URSB. But we have integrated our system with the URSB. We have integrated a system with URA, with NIRA, and some of these references can now be easily confirmed online in real time. The current status where we are right now, we have rolled out the system internally. We're only still using it within ERA. We are undertaking data migration, and also it being a custom system developed from scratch. We still have a number of defects which are still being resolved by the contractor. And just I've prepared some screenshots for you here. So this is how the system currently looks like. This is the public portal interface. This is the license application page. Okay, looks something like that. Then we have this is the notice of intended application page with the workflow steps throughout the process of making your application. This is supposed to be the annual compliance submission page where the licensees submit their annual compliance statements. And this is a screenshot just showing some of the statistics at the end of the day. Once we have all the data input in the system and licensees and permit holders are submitting their quarterly reports on time, the system would analyze and compute some of the statistics to make the process of analysis by our analysts at authority much easier and also quicker. The next slide, these are the back end interface, just to help you have an imagination of what I am talking about. So beyond that, okay, beyond that, the key stakeholders of this regulatory information management system are the employees of ERA, the licensees and permit holders, and the relevant MDAs, generally government, and the public, customers of electricity and the general public, because at some point you may interact with your utility and you are not happy. We have a complaints module to handle such grievances as well. So it's a system actually for the entire sector. And some of the challenges we experienced in undertaking this project. You remember we began, in my earlier slide, we began around 2016. But eventually when we went on to develop the work, we found that what we had beaten was quite huge. Actually, the system has come out to be a very big system compared to really how we had envisaged. And also very complex in terms of the demands of the staff. And that also affected the timely delivery of the entire project. And in 2020, you remember we got our contractor around that time. We also suffered from the effects of COVID, as the contractor couldn't be on site at a very critical stage. The contractor also experienced some cash flow challenges, which affected the quality of the people that they had eventually deployed on the project, which required a lot of back and forth in terms of reviewing what they were submitting. And a very huge challenge that we are still having right now is the data conversion, because majority of the information that we right now have reside in paper documents, scanned PDFs, and we have to convert this into a format that can be ingested into the system. The impact of the solution so far We had in our planning, we have planned to have a post-implementation evaluation 1 year after full implementation of the solution. But already we are seeing certain impacts. Right now, as we speak internally, we can now see better the departmental workloads based on the tasks that are generated through the system. We are able to see that our own internal compliance against our own standard operating procedures, because the system has timelines on when tasks are supposed to be done. We are seeing how we are performing there, and already seeing that we may have to review some of these SOPs. We have better visibility on all the tasks that are happening within the authority, and then also the whole support we got from Get Fit for this project included the setup of an offsite backup solution. So before Get Fit, we used to have a third-party provider who was helping us with offsite backup, and at that point, we were only backing up fractions of critical data sets. But now with this solution, we have our own warm site, and we have terminated the contract with that third-party provider. We're no longer paying that money, and we are now backing up larger data sets with improved recovery times for in case of disaster. Therefore, also helping us to ensure better business continuity in terms of yes. So our future plans right now is, one, we intend to have a public launch, maybe sometime around December. We are yet to determine, but it will be announced formally. We are also focusing on resolving all the defects we have identified. We intend to undertake a post-evaluation implementation evaluation, and then system enhancements. You remember we envisioned the system around 2016. Today is 2024. A lot has changed in the IT environment. We are receiving a lot of I need this, I need that in the system from the users. So we also intend to continually enhance the solution. And then finally, we want to, on behalf of the CEO, ERA and management, really appreciate and acknowledge the contribution by GetFit, KFW, the team of Daniela, Milton, Rebecca, who helped us throughout the project to navigate through the difficult challenges that came in. So we thank you very much for your support. Without it, we would not be having RIMS today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anselm. I have only 4 comments to make. And one is, when I listen to you, I think there's rarely another person on the planet who can speak so passionately and enthusiastically about IT and management systems. So well done. And I think you're the right person to really sustain the whole program for ERA. I think the second one is, when we spoke about why ERA is the best regulator in Africa, I think this is one of the solutions and one of the answers. So this system will definitely professionalize ERA further. And we are very happy that this system was developed under the Get Fit program. Third one, it's a personal one. I'm jealous. You know, KFW IT systems, Milton will tell you something about it on lunch. Very often I would really like to see a RIM system also for KFW, but unfortunately we don't have it. So I'm very happy that you can use it in the future. And the fourth one, just one for housekeeping, the RIMS was mainly financed by the UK government. So Anselm was kind enough to say KFW, but it's the UK government. So I think all the credits go to them. Having said that, thank you. You see, this was a very nice session. I must say I have learned once again a lot, and I think you've been a very patient audience. Thank you very much for the excellent questions. Thank you very much for the excellent panelists. I think this was very enriching. And thank you, Milton, for the presentation you have made. It was really a pleasure to be part of a team like this. KfW is proud to be part of Team Europe, proud of being a team with ERA and MEMD and other developers. As said, now it's a sad moment because it means we are stepping out. This is something where ERA continues and the developers, of course, here on the ground. But it has been an honor. And really, we are just grateful for being part of Team Europe and part of this team Get Fit. And thank you for your attention. And with that, I would like to release you to have lunch here in the Renewable Energy Conference. Thank you very much.
deadly charm. Wicked smile. The first time that I saw you, I must admit I was mesmerized. I remember it all so very vividly. Every move that you made, words you said into my memory. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. the sound of your voice in the night. Such a sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. The look of your eyes gazing into the night full of mystery. And just like Mercury, you can be hard to hold. Shine like the diamond of a distant star. You're more alluring than gold. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. I remember it all so very vividly. My sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. My sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. Searching for a new tomorrow. I'm always in and out. Learning, love is always round the corner. Working, trying to feel a special order. Still falling in and out. Now I know just how I want to be. I know what makes me happy. But so started getting up. Found my way, found my heart, found my life can really start. Journey, looking for someone to please me. Now I see, please has got to start here with me. Still I fall in and out of love. Just how I want to be. I know what makes me happy. But myself started getting old. Found my way, found my heart. Now my life can really start. Journey, looking for someone to please me. Now I see, please have got to start here with me. Still I fall in and out of love. Doing it so good, making it so tight, trying it out now, making it feel alright. Doing it so good, making it so tight, trying it out now, making it feel alright. Doing it so good, making it so tight, trying it out now, making it feel alright. Doing it so good, making it so tight, trying it out now, making it feel alright. Doing it so good, making it so tight. Never see someone so fine. Never see someone so fine.
Yeah, she's going to dispute. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm really, really happy that you are here. I have to apologize. We are a little bit later. Well, a little bit, 2:30. But really a high welcome to everybody here in this room. Our goal today is to focus on sharing practical business insights from entrepreneurs who have hands-on experience in the sector of renewable energy. They will present, the entrepreneurs will present their journey, highlighting the activities they are undertaking, and also highlighting the activities they are doing to scale their business. And they will tell us about the lessons learned. So it will be a very inspiring session. And I also would like to make it very interactive. So, and I will give you a lot of opportunities to ask your questions, because I'm also here for you. And I hope you have a lot of questions for these inspiring entrepreneurs that will come on stage. In addition, we will be introducing GetInvest and its activities, a key initiative in supporting energy entrepreneurs. And we will present this program, which plays a role in the renewable energy sector continued development. We have two parts. The first part is we will start with Ilham Talab from GetInvest. She will present about the Europe one-stop shop for green energy investment. Then we will dive into 5 presentations from 5 very inspiring entrepreneurs. And I can say that because I was also an entrepreneur for many, many years, and I really admire what they're doing. I've been visiting some of the entrepreneurs, and I can say you very, very inspiring entrepreneurs we will have today. After the 5 presentations from the companies, we will have a Q&A session. And that will also allow you, also as an audience, to ask your questions. Then I will close the first part. And the second part, for the people in the audience or in the public that has some questions to GetInvest, Ilham, Manuela, my colleague in the background, and myself, we are here, and I call it Meet the Advisors. So if you are interested in our program of GetInvest, please do not leave the session after part 1. Just stay here and join the 3 of us and ask your questions, because we are here and we are always accepting new companies to join our program. So without any delay, I would like to invite Ilham Talab from GetInvest. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Caroline. Actually, before I start, I forgot to ask for a portable mic, if possible. Thank you. Because I want to speak here. Thank you very much. So, welcome. My name is Ilham Talab. I'm from the program called GetInvest, which my job right now is to explain to you who we are and what we do and what we are offering to you. And I would like to just concur what Caroline said. We are really honored that you are giving us your time, because we know you're busy and you're doing important things out there. So we hope you get the maximum value out of this session. So, great. Now, are you in the right room or not? If you are a business owner or a project developer with businesses or projects in Uganda or elsewhere in the continent, in the clean energy space, seeking to raise capital, so you are interested to raise some kind of money, and have some track record, we'll get into that later, then you have arrived. This is where we can have a nice conversation. And when I was preparing the slides, I thought to put the diagram on the right, because I think this is what unites almost all entrepreneurs. It's their journey. I have not gone through it. Caroline has a personal experience, but I think all of you probably here have a personal experience of going through the ups and downs. I was talking to someone, yes, just here at the corridor, and you were saying ups and downs, and I said, that's exactly what we want to discuss today. The ups and downs, the journey, the difficult journey, but I think the extremely rewarding journey of an entrepreneur. And we come in this journey to accompany you through the journey from A to hopefully Z, hopefully to achieve the goals that you had in the beginning when you joined us at the beginning of your journey. Yeah? So today I will be explaining to you a bit about who we are and what we do and what we can offer you. That's the most important thing. And how can you access that support? Another important thing. So you will get out of this door with these 3 things in your head. Now, I will take a step back, or maybe a couple of steps back, and I will bore you a little bit with some generalities that I think we all here agree on in this room, which is the challenge of mobilizing investment, or from your perspective as entrepreneurs, probably accessing investments in this very niche space that we call the energy access space. Sometimes it's not only energy access, clean energy space in general. What we see, and what you have seen from your experiences most probably, is that you have difficulties to find the right financiers and to access the money. And when you talk to financiers, they say, actually, we have a lot of money, we can't find the right projects to invest in. So what's going on? There is a conundrum, right? And this is where we come in to create the link between those who are asking for the money and those who have the money and need to get it out. And this is what I'll explain to you in the next slide. Yes. So we came up with this solution, and we called it Get Invest. And the idea here is that we sit in between the entrepreneurs and the financiers and the investors. And what we do, we provide an honest, brokery kind of advisory, financial advisory, to help the companies and the projects to become more investable and connect them to the right financiers. And we take them, as I said before, throughout that journey. So our work is technology and market segment agnostic. We cover all types of clean energy, from on-grid, off-grid, small, big. Clean cooking also is included. Energy efficiency is included. E-mobility is included. And today also we deal with things like green hydrogen, for example. So really everything goes. LPG, though, is not included. So that's one exception. And we, in addition to the core work, which is supporting the entrepreneurs and the companies, we also do work with the industry associations. We organize trainings, we organize events, and we have a data platform that I'm going to speak to you about in a bit. And also on our website, we have another resource that I'm going to present to you in a bit, which I think will be of interest. For your information as well, we cover geographically all sub-Saharan Africa. We're also active in the Caribbean and Pacific, but that's not relevant here. And we are implemented by GIZ. So we are a European program implemented by GIZ. Now, this slide just gives you a brief overview of all the different services under Get Invest. So you can see we have 4 different boxes, but one box is big. Why? Because that's the core of the program. But in order for us to do the core, which is the advisory, which is the support to the companies and the projects, we need the other 3. So we have the first one, which we call information and data. This is where we provide market information, like I said, the funding database, etc., which I'm going to talk to you about later. We have the second box, which we call mobilization. This is where we work with the industry associations to create, to organize events and trainings, bring people together so they can shake hands, get to know each other. And we have the finance systems advisory, and this is something very, very, very new that we launched a few weeks back in Kenya at the Gogla events. And this is where we will be working more and more with local commercial banks. Very interesting, very difficult, but we'll try also to do some work there. And then we get into the core. So moving to the next. Now, this slide gives you a bit of maybe before, I need to tell you here, trying to go back. Yes. The big box, if you see, it has two different lines in blue. One says finance catalyst and one says finance readiness support. This is just a bit of terminology to differentiate between our different services, because we know that you, as entrepreneurs and companies, you go through your journey. In each part of the journey, you need different things. So to differentiate and provide you the most value, we have two different setups, let's say. And this next slide, thank you. This next slide here tries to explain to you what's the difference between them. So let's focus, forget about the table, let's focus on the diagram to the right side. This diagram has two main boxes. There is a small box and a big box. The small box is what we call the finance readiness support. This is our specialized facility that some of you are actually part of it or benefited from it, that is exclusive to locally owned and managed companies. So you have to have shareholding of over 51% or more of African shareholding, and management also 51% or more of African nationalities. A must to be a beneficiary of that. The second one, which we call the finance catalyst, is open to anybody. Yeah? Now, you can see that the first one is a little bit lower, the second one is upper, because the first one focuses on earlier stage businesses and companies, yeah? Like in the first couple of years that need a bit more of a deep dive kind of support. And the big one is really for companies and projects that have some experience, they have a bit more track record, and they are more in the growth phase, let's say, or just about to go into the growth phase. Otherwise, everything else is the same. So I'm moving now into this super crowded slide, and sorry because it looks really bad here. But basically, if you want to read it, just focus on the headlines. Basically, the big, don't read the details, just read the heads, because the headlines describe the actual topics of advisory. Because you might say, okay, great, 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 but what do you actually do? Tell me, what do you actually do? Can you describe it? Yes, we can. Now, the reason why this is only exemplary is because we don't have like a menu. So Caroline, when you speak with her, she listens to you and your needs and your questions, and she tries to tailor the support to you, so each one of you will have a different journey and different support. But in general, if we want to generalize, we can say that we cover business fundamentals, this is the first box. We cover investment strategy support, so what's your capital raising strategy in general? We cover structuring support, now this is getting into the depth of your business. Financial modeling, no investment will happen without a financial model. Transaction support, now starting negotiating with the investors. Post-investment support, everything is signed, what's gonna happen next? And finance access support, actually there is a mistake, I should have put that before post-investment. So finance access, we connect you to the right financier, you get the money, and then post-investment support, do you still have problems post-investments? Now, post-investment, we don't provide it all the time. Sometimes not, it really depends. And the bottom boxes are what we call specialized services. So these are deeper packages that we provide also, case by case. And why case by case is really because we don't have all the resources in the world. And that's why we're actually very grateful to our funders, the European Union, Germany, Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands, and Austria, that enable us to do this. And hopefully some of them are here because we need more, so we can do more. So the blue boxes at the bottom, they are case by case. Legal support as well is case by case. And credit risk management, which we just started, is also case by case. Now, moving forward, I'll try to accelerate. Here, it's just an idea, an example of our track record. We have been doing this business since 8 years. So what have we achieved, right? That's the question. And the funnel in the middle tries to answer the question. And you can see how crazy this funnel is. This basically describes how difficult the business that you guys are doing is. Because you can see how wide it is in the top and then gets super, super narrow at the bottom, because at the top is the number of applications, and at the bottom is how many companies and projects actually signed anything with financiers. So you can see that it's 1,000 plus almost 2,000, and then we end up with 95. So that's the story there. Now, zooming onto Uganda. And here I have a question for you. Because if you just remember maybe here from the previous slide, I'm really, no, oh my God. I don't want it to see the other slide. Can we go 2, 3 slides? Yeah, yes, here. So in this funnel, you can see that there is like 506. So 500 is the number of companies and projects that we supported since day one, so since 8 years ago. So 500 we supported in total, right? Now going to the next slide. How, like if you want to rank Uganda compared to other countries in the continent, where do you think Uganda will fall? First, second, third, fourth, 24th, in terms of the size of the portfolio that we have supported since day one? Random guesses. Do you think you will be number 1 or number 35? Do you think you'll be in top 10? Yes. Just supported, good question. Just supported. Top 10. Okay, top 5? I think now I'm giving you the answer. Top 3? Hopefully, you're actually number 3. And this is where you can see the next slide. You're number 3. Kenya is number 1. Nigeria is number 2. Uganda is number 3. In total, we supported 33 companies here and projects. The total investment sought, yeah, so that's aspiration. Can you believe it? It's close to €1 billion. It's crazy. Now, this is where reality kicks in. First of all, let me tell you, actively, as I speak today, Caroline, my colleague, and her other financial experts, we have almost 30 people in that group, and we have the other group with other consulting teams. So it's actually a huge team. They are busy with, in Uganda, they are busy with 16 clients. So that's the active right now, yeah? Globally, like across the continent, 200. Now, reality kicks in the last 2 boxes, where it says number of clients successfully introduced to financiers, 13. That means we worked with you, we introduced you to a financier, and the financier was like, oh my God, this is an interesting file. Tell me more. Let me sign an NDA. I want to talk to you more. Let's do something. Yeah, so it's a serious interest, corresponding to €300 million. And now the last one, which is still good, clients that signed something. So now ink on paper, yeah, 5 clients, and that's around €35 million. You might think this is a sad picture, but actually I think it's the reality, because if you look at the degree of magnitude, you see we go from 300 million to 35 million. So it's really like 10%, right? And if you know this better than me, this is what you do for your bread and butter, the success rate is very, very brutal. And I think 10% overall is what the industry has in general. Let alone we were talking about energy access, rural electrification, small profit margins, all these difficulties. So we're talking about a 10% success rate. Now, this is important for you, and I would like you to pick your phones and scan the code. I promise there's nothing bad in it. This is where the page that you can actually read more information about how to send an application for support. You can send the application 24/7. There is rounds. Once a round finishes, another round kicks in immediately. Just pay attention that the current round is closing on 5th of November at that specific time. Information is obviously confidential, and you get a decision between 6 to 8 weeks. And if you have any inquiry, you can reach out to that email address. Moving on to the next slide. This is, I'm not going to go through it because it's all on the website. I literally copy-pasted things from the website. But a question that I'm expecting is, what are the eligibility criteria? It's really very simple. First, we don't have any limitation on investment size. We can go low, we can go high. The most important thing is focus on clean energy. Yeah, that should be the focus. As I said, LPG is not, and biofuels, when it comes into competition with food production, we also don't do that. The third point is the most critical, I think, and this is where probably the conversation with Caroline can be interesting. Revenue generating, so you need to have some sort of revenue. And that's it. Now, evaluation criteria, what do we look at when we read your applications? We look at if the project is commercially viable or not, technically viable, obviously. We look at the management and the team, very important to have a strong people behind the project. We look at the financial viability. Can this project or business generate returns for investments? We look at the maturity, because unfortunately our mandate is not to work with startups. As I said, you need to have some sort of revenue. And then we see what you need and if we can add value. And I see that Caroline wants me to speed up. So the last thing, I believe this is the last slide, which I would really, really urge you to scan this code, because it's what we call the funding database. This is a list, searchable. Frankly speaking, accessing it on your laptops is much better. The interface on the mobile phone is not the best, but you can save the link. This is basically a list of 200, at the moment we are at 260 plus investors and financiers in Uganda and outside Uganda, but most of them obviously cover Uganda, that you can search and go through and determine some interesting names that maybe you did not know about before. And if you need access to that, then you can come to us to actually help you through that process. Now, I think that's it. Happy to answer any questions, and I hope this was useful.
Yeah. Thank you, Ilham, for this presentation. Also, for matter of time, I will just take one or two, if you can just stand here, Ilham, just one or two questions, pressing questions for Ilham, if there are, and then we will take the time later in the session. So the first question.
Thank you so much, Ilham, for your presentation. My name is Isabel Twanjere. I have background in investor relations management and its applicability here. So my question was just about the reason from what you see or with the entrepreneurs you interact with. What's the reason for that drop to 10%? Is it viability? Because the truth is, when it comes to financial inclusion and credit access, even for something as developed or emerging as clean market, clean energy, and so on and so forth, startups are the ones that actually usually need that capital. So the decision to go post-revenue instead of pre-revenue and have some traction, how are you going about that in relation to markets that are very similar, like us, like Kenya or Nigeria? Is that the reason for the drop, or there's some other viability considerations? But seeing also that you have such a robust process in preparing for investment, yeah, that's why I'm really curious.
I think we're all curious. Well, I think that's really the question, right? And I think the challenges were discussed in some of the panels in the morning as well. And it's the same list. It keeps repeating itself over and over. There is, of course, things that are internal sometimes to the business. This is where we come in. We try to structure the business to become the best that it could be. But sometimes you need concessional capital. You need cheap money, and it's really difficult to get. It's just getting more and more competitive and difficult. And especially if you're in your early stages of growth. And there are, of course, some barriers that are external to the business. And this is more when it comes to project finance, mini-grids, IPPs, all that stuff where you need to rely on regulations and other things that are outside your business. So we focus on the things that are within the business, but still, yeah, the reality is really that sometimes you also really need. This is very interesting conversation, but I wish we had many other financiers in the room, because sometimes the reality is you need different type of money at different terms for different stages in the business, and it's not there. So you're kind of trying to put, like, what do they say, a square peg in a round hole or something, Yeah.
Just ask, because I don't know if we can come back to one of the slides of the results. Manuela, can you come back to, yeah, maybe you can, the one where you see the results. Yeah. I think,
big results.
yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
no. Yeah. You say 5 clients reach financial close, but that's at this moment. Eh?
That's at this
And
moment, also.
so there are still the 13 clients successful introduced to financiers. Some of them are still also in due diligence. It's not that this big drop. That's the
course, yeah.
situation per now. Eh?
Yes.
Just saying.
Yeah, of course. The situation changes every day. So tomorrow it might be different
Yeah.
table.
Exact. Yeah, it's fluctuating per day.
Yeah.
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 I just want to say that because it indeed gives another reality, but the reality is every day when there's a fund that says we are not interested in this company at the end, we always search for other funds. And from my experience, I had a lot of financial close with many of my clients this year and last year. So sometimes you have to try 3 or 4 times before the 5th time where you can get financial close. Yeah, and sometimes you have 3 financial closes at the same time. I think yesterday we had a very big financial close with a company also. I think 90, 80, how much?
9 million.
9 million. So yeah, it's every day there's a new information. I just want to say that. Yeah. Okay, I think for now, Ilham, if there's more questions, we can do that at the end of part 1. And now we have the first company that I would like to invite here on stage, and that's James Oborowski. Sorry, I have to exercise it. From Zambo Electric Motorcycles. And he will give a presentation. I will be very strict. A little bit less than 15 minutes, if possible, so that we can take 1 or 2 questions that are related to your presentation. Okay, well, that's good to start with. Thank you so much. Do you need a microphone, or are you going to? Yeah?
Yeah, because otherwise I can't see what I'm
you,
presenting.
yeah.
Hi, everybody. I hope we are not sleeping after lunch. Didn't have too big of a plate. Everybody has a bit of coffee. If you need to stretch, do it now. Here to tell you a bit about Zembo motorcycles. This is a little slow. Yeah, okay. So just briefly, motorcycles. I think everybody here is from Kampala, no? So I don't have to tell you so much about it. It is our main way of getting around the city. Actually, motorbikes, I think, registered outnumber cars 8 or 9 to 1. I assume if we add unregistered, it's more like 20 to 1. And this is a big problem for us for the quality of life in the city. It's necessary to get around, but it comes with a bunch of downsides. Primarily, my presentation is gone. Primarily, first and foremost, the environment, the air pollution in Kampala is among the worst in the world. There was a few days, I think 2 months ago, when it was the worst air quality of any major city on earth. Worse than Jakarta and major cities in Asia. So this is a problem we need to solve if we want to live long and healthy lives, and of course for our kids as well. I live here, so it's also like personal to me. And then of course the livelihoods aspect. This is how hundreds of thousands of young men in Uganda make their living. So the economics of this have a big impact on the bottom of the pyramid in Uganda, and of course the cost for everyone else getting around. So our solution to this, basically we have 3 pillars of our business. We design and co-assemble with the local support well, that's interesting. We design and assemble electric vehicles with our partner Simber Automotive. So we work with other OEMs to provide chassis. We do the electric drivetrain integration. We provide financing solutions directly and through partners so that these young guys who are taking up Boda Boda can afford to purchase one, of course. They usually can't afford to purchase it up front, so we offer loans of up to 2 years. And then the third pillar is enabling those vehicles through an energy as a service. So if you tried to sell a bike with a battery, it would cost up to 50% more. On top of that, many Boda Boda drivers do not have electricity at home. They live outside of town. Or the electricity is unstable, and so this is not a very good way for them to charge. It is much, much cheaper, both in terms of purchasing the vehicle and even just in terms of purchasing energy, for us to provide this as a service. So we own the batteries and we rent them out on a per-use basis. And then, of course, allowing us to take care of maintenance of the batteries. They're not just plug and forget. You have to do some maintenance on them to take care of them. And of course, the electricity rates are much lower when we're doing it on industrial rather than individual level. Yeah, we were founded in 2018, launched in 2019. I think we're over 100 individuals employed in Uganda now, growing very fast. Hello. There we go. This is our current bike. There's a few of them outside if you want to have a look. We're quite excited about this. We're releasing a slight update by the end of the year to this model, but we're very happy with it. The main features are that this is built on the standard bodabodas that you see 9 out of 10 drivers using today, which means every local fundi knows how to repair them, has many interchangeable parts that are common to Bajaj's and similar models. So you can also find spare parts anywhere here, and they are cheap and affordable. We now have 30 stations. Our goal is to reach 100 by the end of next year. I challenge you, Jacob, to keep up with us. 100 stations, let's do it. And it takes less than 2 minutes to swap. We are 35% cheaper than fuel. Of course, varies a little bit as the fuel price moves around, but it's cheaper than fuel per kilometer traveled. Battery provides about 65 kilometers in real use as a boda with passengers and loads of range. And yeah, impact. So we have a bit more than 700 bodas on the road now. Over 25 million kilometers driven, which is saving 1 metric ton per year per boda. Depending on how many kilometers they drive, can be up to 1.5 to 2. So many millions of tons are going to be avoided by switching this entire industry over to electric. We talked about sales channels and financing. Most people buy them through third-party, through asset financing. A small number of clients that pay cash. We do expect this to grow quite quickly into the many thousands of bikes. This is a very conservative approach to transitioning. We're still kind of in the early stages as we built out some infrastructure into enabling this to be as easy as getting a liter of petrol. But I think as that infrastructure is getting into place, we will see this really take off. Currently in Kampala, sales are several thousand motorcycles every month are sold brand new in Kampala. There's a lot of turnover because a boda lasts about 5 years, and there's a fleet standing of 400,000 to 500,000. So that means in the vicinity of 100,000 bodas sold per year. The overall market in Africa is massive. So beyond Uganda, looking in our region even and elsewhere, and keeping in mind that we are selling both vehicles and energy. So we are competing with both Bajaj and Total. And this means a very large market in the billions of dollars, but it also means massive investment, which we simply do not see existing right now, of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars just in the next 5 years to make this transition. There are many companies, I think now, of which are capable of scaling up, many, I think 4 or 5. All of whom are capable of scaling much faster, but we are all cash starved. We don't really understand as a sector why there seems to be no money on multiple levels in early and later stages, but the total amount of cash that we're aware of in funds is grossly insufficient. We've raised about 5.5 million, and hopefully with Get Invest, I'll make this number much bigger on my next slide. We started our engagement not too long ago, so looking forward to seeing the benefits of that. And I think that is the end. Yeah.
Thank you, James, for your presentation. Very short indeed. Thank you. I would like to take 1 or 2 questions for James that is related to his presentation, the activities. Any question? Please, let's be interactive. Madam, can someone provide a microphone? No, because this one is yours. Is there another one?
You take this one.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Can I have another microphone also here? Will be, yeah, Manuela. Yeah, she's
also very loud.
Thank you. My name is Pauline Cheza. I work for Aida Nation, and my question is: you mentioned that you are looking into having more 100 stations. So, are you only targeting having them in Kampala, or you're also looking expanding into rural community, or what we call underserved community?
Yeah, of course. So it's a question we get very often. We're constantly also getting requests from country from various organizations as well as individuals. The fact is that we are, of course, in the startup early stages and reaching kind of that profitability. So there is a density requirement to make a swapping station viable. So you need a minimum number of clients and a minimum use. And the intense use cases, the 100+ kilometer a day drivers, are generally in Kampala or one of the major cities. This is not just true in Uganda. I just attended a panel yesterday about the US, where the US government has to subsidize charging stations in rural areas because they're not economic. So we definitely want to be able to provide this service, but as a business, we need to start in the urban areas and of course the surrounding commuter towns. That's our first target. As we grow, we will try to push that out as far as possible because we do know that drivers appreciate it, but we have to work within the confines of not being a public entity.
Thank you, James. Is there another question that we can take on? Please don't be shy. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Sam Rosatipo from Kwanza Infrastructure Group. Still about the charging stations. What business model do you use? Do you use agents like to open up these other areas, or it's strictly in-house expansion?
Another very good question. For now, it's in-house, just because we're figuring out what the right process is and trying of perfecting our systems. We're also rolling out automated swapping cabinets. We've been having one at our headquarters now for a few weeks. You'll be seeing them in the coming months rolling out across Kampala. This makes it a little bit simpler. Lots of people have talked about a kind of franchise model that would require some investment by the agent or host or something. Just to keep in mind, I mean, a station, you're talking about a very substantial investment. Minimum 3-phase power installation at industrial level, so a few $1,000s there. Cabinet, a few $1,000s there. Batteries, a few $1,000s there. So my agent is going to need to come up with 10 to 15,000 USD to start. There's not that many people who can do that, and unfortunately, that is a barrier. Not that we wouldn't. That would certainly solve a problem for me, but it is a bit of a constraint.
Thank you. Thank you. We will have more questions probably during the Q&A session. So James, I would like to invite to go back to your seat. Can I have the microphone? Because we are fighting for this one. Thank you so much, James. The next entrepreneur, inspiring entrepreneur, I've been visiting her yesterday. That's Kevin Asende from Tulima Solar. Can I invite you? Also, for your instruction, a little bit less than 50 minutes so that I can take 1 or 2 questions. But yes, a big applause. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Asinde. There's one person in the room who knows me as flying CFO of the Off-Grid. I am the CFO of Sim Solar. Most of you know it as Tulima Solar in Uganda. So we are located, we have the US, specifically Tanzania in operations, and Uganda. Basically, what we are trying to solve for is poverty reduction and climate change mitigation through solar irrigation pumps. So what does Sim Solar look like? We have been around since 2014, and we got onto the productive use question early enough in 2017. The journey hasn't been easy. We have built an end-to-end system on solar irrigation. In terms of the traction, we have been growing for solar irrigation pumps at about 41% on an annual basis in revenue. Our clients typically have reported increased revenues, income in the last mile. We typically serve the last mile. We part of our, I call beauty and CAS, is that we are offering an end-to-end solution. We start from all the solar water pumps that we provide are customized. In terms of growth, we are aiming for 20,000 systems. When you ask me where we are right now, you can say, how can you say 20? But I think that is also part of the curse of being an entrepreneur. So in terms of 2024, I'm glad to report that for Tulima, we are actually at break even for 2024. If you're in the yeah, if you're in the off-grid solar irrigation, I think you know to appreciate that one. So it's basically a tailored product. We offer flexible financing and we offer support services. That makes like our team in Uganda 35 and in Tanzania 70. So in terms of our sales process, because I said it's customized, so it is really intense to deliver, meaning that we have to site visit, we have to do the surveys, we have to do the customization, then we have to do the underwriting. After the underwriting, for those who require financing, we provide the financing. We also typically provide after-sale services, depending on the size of the pump. It will be either a 12-month period or 24 months period. In terms of the acres, our pumps typically service 1 to 30 acres. So we are really in this small to medium farm. I will leave that deck alone. Yeah, so in general, the farmers typically report about a 40% increase in their incomes and will typically also report an additional 2 jobs. Yeah, in general, it is basically CO2 offset and then increased income. And then we have, this is basically as a result of increased yield. So that is the team serving at Tulima Solar. So at the moment, if we have financials in the room, for Uganda, we are looking for debts. As a group, we are looking for equity. So if you want to participate, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Also very short. This is the first time I'm moderating a session where the speakers are very short. That's good. So that allow us also to have some questions from the public. Any questions for Kevin about this inspiring company? No question? Well, let me just ask one question and then maybe there will be a second question. Kevin, as Simusola operates across Uganda and Tanzania, what are the key differences in market dynamics between both countries? And if there are indeed differences, how have you adapted your business model and products to cater to these unique needs?
Yeah, so when we look at the pumps in Uganda, it's typically smaller pumps, 1 acre to 5 acre. In Tanzania, it is mostly 5 and above acreage. So the acreage, in terms of acreage, it is Uganda smaller acreage, but that also has allowed us to consolidate on the type of pump we are selling. So for Uganda, I think for those who have talked to us before, you will know about the KK, which is our smallest pump. It is servicing the smallholder farmers, where in Tanzania, it's mostly the bigger pumps. We have a catalog of about 15 pumps I told you it's about customization. So we have customized to all those pumps. I would say that's the main difference. And the adaptation is basically actually listening to the clients, because we do the surveys. So we have an understanding, and we therefore customize and try to understand what is working in the market. Then also, when you look at it from a farmer organization, it's actually surprising that for Uganda, I think the smallholder farmers have gotten into groups. So that helps with like activations of the markets, whereas in Tanzania, it's mostly you're talking to individual farmers. So that means a lot of a lot of spend in terms of marketing, and also the land mass difference is one of the elements that we are dealing with. So at the moment, it's how do you utilize development partners and programs to actually reach the market.
Thank you, thank you. And another fact that you said when you were presenting, you know, when you say 40% increase in the income of the smallholder farmers, normally I read a lot and I see, and I've been in project also where I saw 20% increase in income. So can you say something about this 40% increase, which is substantial for smallholder farmers?
Yeah, so in terms of the 40%, because number one, you're increasing productivity for that farmer. Number two, because of the work that you do with them and the irrigation, it allows them to open up more land. And then number three, the relationship you have also facilitates. In some cases, how we have built the relationship is that we have input dealer relationships who are also output dealers. So it means that they are getting access to better inputs as well as access to the market. So that's why it reaches up to 40%.
Okay, wow, great, well done, well done. That's what we want to see. Any question for, there's one. Manuela, maybe you can I have your microphone? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Ismail Yaruhanga, and it's an interesting to hear from you. My question is, in terms of efficiency and reliability, what are some of the technical complexities that you faced currently in the market in terms of real-world applications of your products?
Yeah, so as we all know, in productive use, the solar has not yet been, the quality of the product is not yet where it needs to be. So sometimes you will import a pump and then it will burst. So you have done the installation. But because we do pay-go and we have a remote monitoring system, and our after-sales service is up to 12 months for some pumps, and for the bigger pumps, it's about 24 months. So it's number one, preempting the conversation with the client that there are possibilities that it could go wrong, but also number two is to make sure that you are monitoring, tracking, and delivering the right product. And we have basically a technical team. After they've done the survey, they will remodify the design to fit so that you are then able to deliver the product properly. Yeah.
In summary, you have bridged the gap by training the technicians or the people at the local level to help the farmers, or?
So we are a team of 35 because part of that team is the technical service team. So basically they do field service where they do surveys. So they are engineers, we keep on training them and updating their knowledge. And plus the remote monitoring, you're able to track and solve the challenges. We also actually right now are seeming to become the solution giver for some of the irrigation pumps that have been installed under government programs and ETCs, because then people know that they can be able to call us. It is going to be for a long period of time to actually service and solution for a long period rather than install and maybe service for 3 months and get out.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. I would like to invite now the following person, Philip Openden from Solarica. If you can join me, and do you want a microphone or this? This is okay?
Thank you everyone for coming here today. My name is Opedon Philip from Solarica Energy, and I will take as much short time as possible. Yes, Solarica Energy is an EPC company that is engineering, procurement, and construction, which was established, which has been established in Uganda in 2021. We've been here so far for 3 years by Dr. Temesken with a group of other entrepreneurs. Our focus has been on sub-Saharan African markets, where we provide commercial and industrial systems to different companies, businesses, industries. This is the team of our staff, and we also have advisors who help us in developing the company. We have Mr. Asmeret, who has worked with the UN, meaning she has a lot of experience. We have Mr. Jerry Okoko, external advisor, working with Get Invest. Yes, let's take this time to talk about the Africa energy crisis. With the high rate of development in Africa, our focus has been on energy. And for any country to develop, any region to develop, we need a lot of energy. And for technology to develop, we need rapid increase also in the energy. And so far, we have been depending on exhaustible energy, fossil fuels, that's petrol. We have been depending on the other renewable energy, has been hydroelectricity, of which, if you have noticed, there have been some struggles with Machishon Falls, where they wanted to convert it to a hydro plant, but due to the fight from the public, it has been saved and the nature has been saved. So our solution here is to increase on energy production so that the environment is not destroyed, so that we can get more energy, develop at a higher rate, and we can get clean energy. If you observe on these graphs, you can see when it comes to people who have had electricity, initially, yes, when you look at East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, that's all of Africa, the number of people who have had electricity has barely changed. But those involved in who have been cooking without clean energy has actually increased. So even though we have electricity, people are still ignorant about clean energy cooking systems, and most of them have no access to it, which is becoming a major challenge. So this is where solar comes in. The solar market has been growing exponentially, and as has been estimated in the graphs, by 2050, which is the next 25 years, we expect it to develop at a rate of 15 times, to develop at a rate of close to 150%. When you look at most countries in Africa, their focus has been in renewable energy. The laws which are being made, the governance, all focus on renewable energy. So we expect in the next 25 years for the sector to boom and to develop highly. It's our solutions. As we all know, the initial cost of solar system is expensive. I know some of you have installed in your homes. Maybe you have been approached by different companies, solar companies, and as you have noticed, solar is actually expensive. So these are our solutions come in. We have our models, we have lease to own model, then we have the power purchase agreements. In the lease to own models, we approach a client, we offer to do the construction, engineering, and procurement of everything involved in the solar system. And all what the client has to do is make an initial payment of 25%. Then we do all the work. Then in the next 1 to 3 years, the client can pay back. So the money the client is supposed to have used to pay for the grid, for electricity bills, that's umeme, that money can be used to pay back to us in those 2 years, in those 2 to 3 years. Then after that, the client can enjoy their system and own it. Then we have the power purchase agreement. In this case, as the company, we do the installation, we own the system, and all we provide is a service. So we build the company at a constant charge rate, just like umeme, but obviously it shall be cheaper. And that's for the period of time the system will last. This defines the whole process. We have the manufacturing process for the solar panels. We have the development, which involves project and business case development, talking about the PPA negotiations. Then we have the financing. As the projects are expensive, so we need to look for financing. We have debt and equity financing. We have the construction. This is where we come in. Engineering, procurement, construction, and installation. Operations, we have the maintenance activities, and we make sure that we have a local team in an area so that in case of any fault in a system, we can come in and work on it immediately. This is our business plan. The first part, we have the project pipeline, where we apply the team's analytical model to get in touch with the clients, and our marketing is targeted to specific clients, especially those in factories, for example, in Amamve. Then we have the capital raise, that's raising capital for that's basically financing the project. Then we have the project execution, which explains itself. We have project operation, as I mentioned before. We have teams in different countries. Currently, our operations are in South Sudan and Uganda, although most of our systems have been installed in South Sudan. And in Uganda currently, we only have about 2 projects, one which is currently ongoing, and we hope to get more. I talked about this earlier on. The project financing, we have lease to own and the PPA. Yes, our market position and innovation. We have positioned ourselves so that we are able to access each and everyone. We're geographically flexible. We can work all over East Africa. Part of our policies is the public health, which we're pushing for. We have job creation, the economics, reducing exposure to fluctuating or increasing electricity prices. As you have all noticed, umeme is no longer constant, and we don't also have stable power. So this is where we come in. And we have the scalability. Our projects can be tailor-made to fit each and everyone. Yes, this is one of the graphs from our projects in South Sudan, Royal Palace Hotel, where we installed a 300 kilowatt peak with a backup storage of 200 kilowatt hours. Currently, we have a project ongoing at Kampala Forest Resort in Muyenga, where the installation is currently going on. We have some installed projects at the health centers in Kansonga, that's near Hoima. These are some of our completed projects in South Sudan, that's in Juba. As we all know, due to the war in Northern Sudan, and also due to the separation of South Sudan from Northern Sudan, there's been limited access to power to South Sudan, and most of the people there use generators. So that's why we came in and we provide solar systems which support the generators. Yes, our mission. Our vision sorry. Our vision statement is to provide affordable energy to everyone all over Africa, especially in East Africa. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Philip. Let's also receive maybe one or two questions from the public on this CNI provider. I see James has a question. Manuela? Thank you. Do we have, I think there was another microphone here. Yeah.
I hope you were expecting this question, but since you're selling PPAs, what is the cost?
For PPA, per kilowatt, per kilowatt hour, we charge 600 Ghanaian shillings. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very short answer and question. Another question from, no question. Maybe just one question from my side. I understand the company has installed 50 solar systems until now. That's 1.2 megawatt capacity. If you can name one challenge that you had to face last 2-3 years, what could it be? Which challenge, and how did you overcome it as a company?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. The major challenge we have faced is financing. You find that, as I mentioned earlier on, we do PPAs and we also do leases. So you find that most of our money is tied up on a specific project, and which makes it hard for us to run other projects. But with the help of the financiers, I believe we shall be able to have how can I put it? We shall be able to have liquid cash so that in case other projects come in, we can actually go ahead and do them. But currently, it's been very hard, and we've been most of the time we've been using money from the company, which is actually very difficult, and it's hard to notice the growth of the company when you do such agreements.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And I understand you are now, one of our advisors, Jerry, and that's,
Yes.
he started connecting you with some financiers like CIMA, who also has a CNI fund. So it's just starting, the approaching of funds.
Yes,
so
yes, yes, just
hopefully,
starting. Yes,
yeah.
hopefully.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
The next one, the next entrepreneur that I would like to invite is Jacob Hornbach. I say it in Dutch, huh? Please, he's from GoGo Electric, and I provide him the opportunity to present.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, I think down here is okay. My name is Jacob Hornbach. I'm the CEO of GoGo Electric. We started as Bodawerk International. Maybe I've heard that name before. And yeah, just like Zembo, we're trying to bring electric motorcycles here to Uganda and beyond. And we've started in 2017, and there were years of figuring things out and doing a lot of R&D. And then since 2022, we have started to scale up. And as of today, we serve close to 2,000 motorcyclists in Uganda on the road, and we serve them with a network of 65 swap stations and another 23 agents. And yeah, maybe starting on a very high level. I don't know, do I have to click somewhere? Or cool, I can use that one. Okay, how do we serve the motorcyclist? And as James was saying it before, it's two companies in one. One is Shell, one is Bajaj. So our customers need two things. They need an electric motorcycle and they need the energy to move around. So we have a manufacturing entity that produces lithium-ion battery packs and electric motorcycles. And then we sell our electric motorcycles straight to the Boda Boda man, and we have partnered with Watu Credit, who come in and provide the motorcycle financing. And then the batteries go in another company, IVAM. And so the business of IVAM is to buy batteries and to rent them out. So that's the battery swapping component. So if we talk e-mobility, we need to understand that this is not just a motorcycle, it is also the energy, like they're inseparable from each other. And when we talk about specifications like range and kilowatt hours in IoT tracking of batteries, then we are here on the right on the pink energy side of things. And if we talk about carrying capacity, top speed and whatnot, then we are more on the motorcycle side of things. But as you can see here, the dark one and the pink one, we need both companies to sort of work together in order to serve the client and give the client what he wants, and that's a motorcycle with a fully charged battery in it. So in order to do so, the company that makes batteries and bikes has invested about $9 million up to date, and we have more in the pipeline. And we have produced close to 2,000 bikes and 5,000 batteries so far. And yeah, and our funding need here on that side is primarily working capital to make bikes, to make batteries before they then go to the client or to the other company that buys and rents out batteries. And here's just, where do I have to point? An impression. This is our factory here in Ntinda, the Ntinda industrial area. You may know Britannia, Gentex, yeah, at that side. And yeah, that's where we assemble our motorcycles from scratch, as you can see upright in the picture. And we also produce a lot of components. Those are metal components, brackets, mounts. So some of the motorcycle value chain is already localized, but most importantly, we also make the battery here, and here you can see how some of the production steps of the lithium-ion battery. And the lithium-ion battery as a component accounts for about 50% of the value of the entire electric motorcycle. So it's we believe it's a good component to start with. And here's some numbers around the battery swapping business. So the battery swapping business so far has about $4 million in equity in it. And we have more than 3,500 batteries in our network, in our 65 stations with 23 agents. And we're doing currently more than 80,000 battery swaps per month. And some cool statistics, those 1,800, 2,000 active riders we have, they're eating more than 10 megawatt hours of electricity every single day. They're offsetting about 6,000 liters of fuel that we are otherwise importing every single day. And when you burn up 5,000 liters of fuel, you turn them into about 10 tons of CO2. And that's also something we are avoiding already every single day with that little fleet. And as we have heard from James, there are, you know, probably hundreds of thousands of motorcycles here in Kampala. So the impact is going to be massive once we serve all of them. Yeah, so this is charging, this is energy infrastructure investment, right? And that's the bottleneck of the entire industry. We have to raise money for the batteries, and here you can see here our funding needs is $5 to $10 million. So it's very different. It's, as you said it, setting up a charging station is go rent a place and then start putting batteries inside, and they cost like $1,000 a piece, so they're very expensive. So you need a lot of money to set them up. But once you put money into the charging infrastructure, it's very easy to sell the motorcycle. And all of us have that thinking. We would never buy an electric motorcycle when we know there's no charging stations in Kampala. But if you know there are already 100 different charging stations, you would now start considering buying one, right? So infrastructure comes always first, then the vehicle will follow. So here you have a little overview sort of where our swap stations and agents are located. So you see we are pretty heavy in central. James said it, right? Here's the like a lot of economic power here in Kampala. And also towards the east, sort of the birthplace of Boda Boda. I don't know if you know that story, but Boda Boda are called Boda Boda. It comes from border to border because they first came to Kenya and then to Uganda. So they started moving border to border. So then they said, it's Boda Boda. So yeah, that's it. Just a little explanation of sort of how we believe what's the best way of bringing e-mobility to Ugandan or Kenyan Boda Boda rider, and I hope it was interesting, and you know a little bit more now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Yeah, also another impressive company, impressive entrepreneurship. Any question for Jacob? Yeah. The first one, please. The microphone is coming to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leslie Pitomaro. I am the Chief Technology Officer at Eshkol Technologies. We are a renewable energy solution company. My concern is you are one of the top game changers in the e-mobility sector. And one thing that keeps baffling me is the fact that with time, there will be a lot of batteries that are worn out and they need to be recycled. So what strategy do you have in place for this once it comes into place?
Thank you very much.
Very
I love
good
the
question.
question. So circular economy, so it starts by reduce and then reuse and then repair, or I don't know, maybe first repair, then reuse, and recycling comes actually a bit further down the line. Now, if you look at a lithium-ion battery, it actually can last 10 to 15 years. So unlike these lead acid ones that we throw away every 3 years and buy another one, you typically have a first life for lithium-ion battery. It's like when we are young and we are athletes and we're still strong and can run fast. And then as the battery ages, you know, it gets weaker, and then there's a second life for it. So first life, we will utilize our batteries for about 6 years in the e-mobility application, high performance, high power, high range. Then, because all our batteries are 48 volts, they are fully compatible, then we can reuse them. So I don't need to first open and close them and recycle them. I first reuse them. I take the battery out of the motorcycle, connect it to a solar panel in an inverter, and now I have an energy system. And that battery can do that for another 5 to 10 years because the home is a much less demanding application for the battery. Then if during these 10 to 15 years the battery has a failure, I can repair it. So instead of just dumping it and buying another one, I repair it. So recycling to us really comes at the end of life of a lithium-ion battery. That is about 10 years from its birth, if you want so. So we're still far away. So by the time we reach the point that we really have dead batteries and you cannot do nothing else with them, we have to shred them so they're no longer dangerous. And then we ship them back to China and they make another cell for us.
Jacob, yeah, very interesting how you do it. I've seen it with my own eyes and I was really impressed. But you say it, at the end you say it very easy. Yeah, we just ship it back to China. But do they accept them? Do you have an agreement on that? How is that formally agreed or not? How is
Nothing
it
is agreed.
organized?
It's in 10 years from now. So
yeah. So, okay, you just ship it.
We don't talk about it to no one because it's 10 years from now.
Yeah.
So today we talk to no one. We've ever checked with the Chinese, hey, how much is like the smallest recycling line that makes economically sense, right? And they said that recycling line needs to process 200 kilograms of material per hour. So that's like recycling 8 or 10 of our batteries every hour. So we are not even producing them that fast at the moment, right? So that's how far we are away still from recycling. So we'll discuss that in 10 years. Others that already have volumes, they do ship recycled, like shredded batteries back to China today already. So we're watching as this happens. It's just for us. We are this small, so we have to wait a little bit.
Lydia from Kwanzaa Infrastructure Group. I'm wondering what's the cost per swap and what's the average time from before a swap?
The cost per swap, so for us, so the cost per swap depends on how big your battery is. Power bank swap is cheaper than a large battery. So our battery costs 10,000 shillings per swap, and it delivers about 100, 120 kilometers in the Boda Boda business. If you are more in the commuter, in the global delivery business, our battery has a range of 150 kilometers. So in other words, our solution costs about 10,000 shillings for 100 kilometers. So that compares to fuel. Fuel costs about 140 to 150 shillings per kilometer, or 15,000 shillings per kilometer. And that's only the energy component. So we are about 30% cheaper when it comes to the energy. Then there are two other factors. One, border guys have changed to change the oil every 2 weeks. 1 liter of oil, 20,000 shillings, Shell. And then there's maintenance. So if you ride border after about 7 to 8 months, you've already put so many kilometers on that bike that you have to overhaul the engine. You have to open it, close it, and after that, it's a downhill story. The thing starts smoking. You know, you repair it every 3 months, and so the ICE powertrain needs a lot of maintenance, and the electric powertrain, an electric motor, an electric controller, is compared to that virtually maintenance free. It's just two bearings. So before someone buys a motorcycle, they are all about the fuel savings. Then after they bought, we talked to 100 of our guys. We said, what's the thing you appreciate most? Nobody talked about fuel and electricity. Everybody now talked about maintenance. So that's quite interesting.
Okay, thank you. Oh, last question.
Take on questions later on. Okay. Thank you once again. You've talked about, my question is about the durability of the hardware. How are you planning to solve it? Because as your counterpart have said, they have improved on that on opening stations all over the country, I think. I get it right. Then about the infrastructure related to the charging. How are you planning to solve on that? Thank you.
By raising more money and putting more chargers and more batteries out there. It's pretty straightforward. So we have already proven that it works technically. We are generating battery degradation data and whatnot. So we already have the data that we have positive gross margins. So, you know, $5 million are spent really fast. Now you have 65 stations and lots of batteries. But now the only way to get more is to make more and put them out there. So that's why we are pitching here today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. For the rest of the questions, let's keep it for the Q&A. Thank you, Jacob. The last but not least presentation we have from Lydia Mate from Kwanza Infrastructure Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thrilled to share our project, the Kwanza project. It's something that many of you, I believe, can relate with. We started out a journey. We knew our destination, but we did not know what was along the way. Many times when you're going to a place, you key in the destination, a place you've not been to, and you are not sure how to get there. So you go to Google Maps, key in your destination, and along the way, that's where it all starts. Sometimes there is no, Google Maps doesn't even know the route. So there's so many twists and turns, getting lost, getting found. And this is a journey many of you can resonate with. Very many African developers face this journey, and entrepreneurs just like you get lost and then you get found again. Friends, with me today is Ambrose and Herbert, the lost boys, lost and found boys. I like to call them that because they've been on a journey with me. I'm Lydia Mate, and together we are from the Kwanza platform. The Kwanza platform started in 2013. First, we were into the generation segment, and then later we moved into the transmission segment. Those of you who know Swahili would know that Kwanza means first. And today we are among the first in Africa and in Uganda to present such a program, such a project with the support of GetInvest. The Kwanza platform, as you can see, was established in 2016. We had been at it from 2013, but we only got established in 2016. And we've got a portfolio and pipeline of various impact infrastructure assets. We've got a 16.5 megawatt hydro that was co-developed with Serengeti, and in collaboration with Silex, a 13.8 megawatt hydro, and in collaboration with Mekamidi, and 8.8 megawatt hydro. And more recently, with the African Finance Corporation, we're co-developing a 132 kV IPT. Our current portfolio and pipeline size is 40 megawatts with an investment value of $159 million. We plan to make entry into the rest of the sub-Saharan Africa, but more specifically, we are eyeing DRC, Malawi, Sierra Leone, and Cameroon by 2027. Currently, we're based in Kampala. The transmission problem on the African continent can be categorized on two fronts. One, we've got low network coverage, and two, we've got low network capability. The IEA reports that more than 38 sub-Saharan countries have less than 150,000 kilometers of transmission network. Now, when you look at this, you can compare it to Brazil, which has over 1,079,000 kilometers of transmission network. That means there is a need to do more. And the IMF reports that there is a growing demand at 3% per year on the African continent. That means there is an investment need of 45 billion shillings. When you look at the sector outlook in Uganda, we've come a long way. We've made notable economic progress over the last 23 years. We've got 21% on-grid access. We've got an effective capacity of 1,374 megawatts and a peak demand of 1,033 megawatts with a transmission capacity of 3,431. Well, this means that we need about 15,000, a coverage of 15,000 kilometers. As you can see, there is a peak demand growth of 10% annually. And by 2027 to 2028, it's said that demand will outstrip supply. The challenge in itself presents a transmission opportunity in Uganda, and that's how we fit in. Very many IPPs have been curtailed by a lack of delivery of committed power to demand. That means that the country needs an investment need of 3.5 billion in order to address grid stability, system expansion, and regional interconnection. And beyond the figures here, it's important to note that we lose about 100 million US dollars in deemed energy. And who will pay the money? Who will pay this money? Because we've reached, our GDP is at 52% currently. However, it's also important to note that Uganda is leading the way in the private sector transmission. Recently, we have a new clear and predictable IPT framework. This means that developers like us can now have clear processes and standardized instruments and documents. Coupled with this, we've got an independent regulator who has for the past 5 years topped the regulatory index according to African Development Bank. There is a credible system operator and bulk supplier. And most importantly, commercial contracts have been dollarized with cost-reflective tariffs. About the Kwanza project, this is an interesting project. We are 300 kilometers to the east from Kampala. If you see that line there are a number of IPPs that we will effectively evacuate the demand for electricity supply. And there is a capex cost of 79 million for the project. The project has a transmission capacity of 100 megawatts. And this will be repaid over from the tariff, which is set for a 20-year period. Our key milestones, The project started in 2019 with a selection of a project from the grid plan, with Serengeti being the lead developer and financier. But before 2019, the Kwanza platform lobbied for changes. We needed an IPT regime, and this means that we had so many interactions with different government entities like ERA, UETCL, and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and that brought us to where we are right now. There is a regime, there is a framework which mirrors that of IPPs in Uganda. And also what this means for us is that we have standardized documentation and processes, as we had mentioned earlier. We are currently at the feasibility stage, and we hope by Q1 of 2025 to have received a permit. When construction is complete, Uganda will definitely benefit enormously, particularly Eastern Uganda, which definitely will address challenges in technical issues, connectivity to the grid issues. And you can see here, there's together with 12 IPPs in this area, we'll be able to help save 200,000 tons of yearly carbon savings. We are grateful to Get Invest, which has offered us enormous support today. It supported us in structuring and transaction support, and also provided market sounding to showcase the opportunity to selected lenders and financiers. And from this, we've been able to build various partners. We've got financing partners like Africa Finance Corporation, Emerging Africa. We've got AIM, we've got FMO, and technical partners like AEE Power and SAILEX. Thank you very much for listening. I will invite my lost boy, Ambrose, for the questions.
Thank you so much, Lydia, for the impressive presentation. Any question from the public for Ambrose, who's going to answer the questions? Any question from the public? Yeah, there is Manuela. Oh.
Yes, just trying to get a clear picture of who your final off-taker is. Are you dealing with the distribution companies or also with private sector?
Yeah, for this IPT, the off-taker will be the transmission operator. So it's going to be kind of like a service, like we do it with the IPPs, we generate and then give to the off-taker who is, and it's the same in this case.
Yeah. Any other question? Let me then ask a question also to you. I think you said 40 megawatt of installed, but also pipeline, yes. Pipeline, yeah.
All pipeline.
Yeah, investment value of 159 million.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I can imagine you have to also cope with a lot of regulation and logistical challenges that you have maybe encountered in implementing this renewable energy project. How does your organization mitigate this risk to maintain project viability and attract investors? Because there are many perceived risks, I suppose, also regarding your business.
Yes, please. Essentially, the major risks we've incurred have been in project development.
Project
development.
Development, okay.
Yes, on the hydropower development side. And more than half our hydro projects actually in Eastern Uganda. So where we are building this transmission line. So what happened about 2016, in the course of development, we faced a challenge that we wouldn't proceed okay, to financial close because there's no transmission line to evacuate the power. And I think our projects there are about 30 megawatts, and the total in that entire area about 100. So together with others, those who don't have deemed energy, were not able to proceed. So we thought and we said, okay, how can we maybe come in and have government build a transmission line quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, and that's kind of what led us to this IPT. Because previously government used to fund from public funds, but because of the resource envelope, some of the projects on the grid development plan were pushed forward. And yet we had, you know, projects waiting for that in order to evacuate. So we moved in and thought we'd do maybe EPC plus F, but it was a bit problematic because that, I think that was the only private financing initiative at the time that government would accept before these regulations came out. So through lobbying and constant engagements, of course, with other developers, we're able to come out now with the IPT regulations that government has put in place. And I think this provides a very good risk mitigation mechanism for both us and government in developing the projects. Because, you know, development risks are taken care of there, financing risks are taken care of, construction risks, and even operation and management risks within that model of IPT. Yeah, so I believe the framework is quite robust and very good for us as developers and also for government. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any question? No? Then I would like to, thank you so much. Then I would like to, you can stay here. Then I would like to invite all the speakers, the 5 speakers on stage here. We will have a short Q&A session because I see that the time is also passing. So I would like to invite Kevin, Philip, James, Jacob, and of course yourself on stage, please. I will sit here. Yeah, and yeah, I think that's working. Yeah. I think they are working. Are they working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm always proud to be in a group of entrepreneurs because I know it's never a dull moment. Thank you. Oh, sorry, my microphone. Never a dull moment. That's always what I hear from entrepreneurs. So my first question that I would like to ask is to Zambo, James. As Zambo grows, and you have this ambition to grow, what logistical or operational challenges have you encountered as an electric motorcycle assembly plant and a solar battery swapping station? Can you name some of this? Yeah, it's, if you can use that. Yeah.
Is this the thing? Yeah, this is the thing. Okay.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think so.
So
Just
if
have
you
to be a bit
can
loud.
name some of the logistical, because I've heard about your activities, what you have been doing, but I think the audience would also like to learn more from us, from the challenges, lessons learned, and that's what I was a little bit missing in the presentations.
Yeah, well, it's actually, I'm glad that we have to update our website. So this whole solar powered thing is not really true. It's more hydro powered because most of the power is from the grid, right? Which is mainly hydro. We would love to have more backup power from solar, but we already have 3 business units and growing. I think the shared thing for, I appreciated the question, Jacob's answer about Second Life, which all of us, of course, are thinking forward, looking forward to. So within all of that, to also be a solar developer is quite a lot to take on as a startup.
Yeah.
Although, of course, I'd be happy to talk to the other presenters about PPA opportunities, hence my question about pricing. So I think those are already gives you a hint of some of the logistics, right? We are, as an energy company and selling and distributing energy, and I think actually a fellow panelist here had asked about the agents model,
Yeah.
which is very hard to manage, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're charging elsewhere, I think. And we have seen that model, but it's very, very difficult to move around reliably in Kampala, to have the cost of transport not eat up all of the value, to move heavy batteries around, right? We're talking about a quite heavy asset. And then, of course, the time and so forth. So already, I think our main focus logistically is just stabilizing the network. So at any given time, 10% of our network has a power outage from the grid. And the solar capacity is insufficient to keep up with demand for more than an hour or two at peak demand times, maybe a bit longer in off-peak. So then what? You have to shift constantly your assets around the network. So I think that maybe from a logistics standpoint, this is one of the big operational challenges. And kind of the expertise we then build as a company is managing that, the different data and analytics and the predictive algorithms that allow us to do so efficiently.
Yeah. And the same question to you, Jacob. You said in the presentation that you are doing much on, let me see where I have written it. Well, you have a production facility also for, a facility also for the batteries, production for components. Here you have to deal with supply chains. So how do you deal with it? Because I've been also working in the sector of mini grids and solar home systems, and getting these systems to a place somewhere in Africa on time, not always easy. We know all the pressure that are on the batteries nowadays. So how do you cope from a logistical point of view, all these logistical issues that you might have, if you have them?
Yeah, so I would say there are two components to that question. One is cost. So unfortunately, it costs $3,500, $900 to get a truck, end to end from Mombasa to Kampala.
Exactly. Yeah.
You pay as much for China, all the way from China to Mombasa, but then it's so bad from Mombasa to Kampala that it costs the same amount again. So we just have one of the highest costs of logistics here, but this is a universal problem for everyone who gets a container from abroad. So in another perspective is to say it's fair, right? Everybody pays the same. And then there's the bureaucratic aspect of customs clearance, and that is, I would say, the bigger challenge, at least to us, whereas the policy development and the development of the correct HS codes for EVs and whatnot is always lagging behind, the speed of the private sector that would like to, move very fast. And one very simple example is, for example, last year, we got our first HS code for EVs. It was at 0%. It's for whether you bring the full car or the full motorcycle, or you bring it in parts, it's all fine. Now, if you bring only 90% of that and you make the other 10% here, you already have a problem, because everybody says, hey, it's not complete, it does not fall in this category and whatnot. So we are, let me say, always chasing to detail and refine the things so they work for us operationally. So I would say logistically, at least for us, it's more on the bureaucracy side of things, the challenge. But yeah, one problem all of us share is it's just very expensive here.
Yeah. Okay. Do you also, just last question to you on this topic, do you also diversify your suppliers so that you are less depending on one? How do you deal with that? What is your strategy in the supply chain?
Honestly, I don't think that supply chain diversification is at the moment a challenge of the industry. I believe everybody's still looking for the one good supplier that gives you something that is, low cost and high quality and so on and so forth. Supply chain diversification will come way later. That is not the problem today. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, great. Then I would like to ask the next question to Philippe. As an EPC focused on delivering solar projects, what, I think this one, no, I have another one on when talking about the affordability of your clients. right? And financial strategy. What innovation or approach has your company adopted to make solar solutions financially affordable for your clients? What do you do really to make it more affordable?
Thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier on, we have a model of lease to sell, whereby we install a system, the client pays, makes a deposit of 25%, and over the period of 1 to 3 years, they're able to pay back that money. So basically, the money they're supposed to have used to pay for the OMEME bills in that period of time should be able to cover the cost of the system. That way, after 3 years, the client can enjoy the system without having to worry about the bills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is to Kevin. I think we also talked about it yesterday, but what are for you as a company the biggest challenge you have encountered in reaching the last mile customers? And maybe you can tell a little bit more on how you have tailored your distribution model to overcome these barriers.
Yeah, so the challenge for Uganda is basically knowledge and awareness of the technology. When you talk about solar irrigation, number one, we use rain. So someone is like, why should I irrigate is the first question. And then the second question is why use solar? So the level of awareness that you have to do, conversion rates for clients at the last mile can be anywhere between 6 months to 18 months. So that means the level of engagement has to really be deep, it has to be rich. So at the moment, what we are trying to do is collaborate with development partners who are either answering questions around productive use or livelihoods, to be able to participate in their engagements when they are having some livelihood programs. We tag along, so that then our level of engagements with clients is not as costly to us, but it is still work in progress. We are trying still to solution. How do we make it more, how do we efficiently reach the market that we're supposed to serve?
Okay, okay. Thank you. And then my question to you, Ambrose, is I think you said in the presentation you are also supported by GetInvest, and you said you are in contact with, for example, FMO. Can you tell us a little bit also for the people that are interested in GetInvest activities? How does it go at the support and the approach with the funders? What are the next the steps that you are now in, and the next steps that you will have to go through?
Thank you. Yeah, like we mentioned when we started with GetInvest, we're at the stage where we're trying to do market sounding to onboard a new equity partner, for the platform. So when GetInvest came in, they were able to train us through hand-holding, because the advisors, ex-DFI, the advisors who were attached to us were formerly working with DFIs, and they understand the financing landscape for projects such as ours. They have the connections to most of these funders. So they were able to handhold us through the entire process, helped us prepare materials, market sounding materials, review our financial models, participate in calls for negotiations with the various prospective funders, and we're able to actually through the GetInvest partnership, some people who hadn't given us attention previously when we knocked at their doors were able now to give us audience, and we've been able to move very far with them. So at this stage, we've done due diligence. We've had due diligence with 2. with two of the prospective entities introduced to us, and we've actually signed a commitment with one of them pending certain, deliverables. So yeah, the process is pretty straightforward, but it's majorly, helping structuring, the documents, hand-holding and building the confidence, our confidence, to approach the DFIs and prospective investors, and also getting us into the room, just like we are here, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Before I give also the opportunity to the public, I remember also, Jacob, we just had a conversation before this session about how the challenge of securing investment for your business. Maybe you can also share that with the public, as it was an interesting approach what you also have in mind.
Yeah, challenges of securing funding, there are many, and I would always start with myself or ourselves, no one else. And about 3 years ago, I think we reached out to Get Invest, and yeah, they sponsored pretty much for someone who has more experience than us to come down, fly to Uganda and sit down with us and, look at what we're doing and, like really critically ask us, what makes sense and what doesn't, and so on and so forth. So this was really like our first professionally guided shot, at sort of a set of investment material. And yeah, the truth is it took us, 2 more rounds of, such kind of activities and another 2 years for us to be actually ready. So I really truly believe there was a discussion previously about that conversion rate. This has not so much to do with Get Invest, Get Invest will help you to present yourself in the best way possible. But whether your project is bankable or not, that's a whole different story. So for us, it was really a journey of like at least 2 years for us to get ready to, learn the language, starting with that, to learn all this financial language, and also, yeah, keep just adjusting, refining, testing, until you have something that works. So yeah, that was our journey. So I cannot say it's easy or anything, but yeah, we appreciate the support, and it was really sort of the starting point of our investment journey, if you want so.
Thank you, Jacob. But still, Jacob, we were also talking about, because you are in the scene of e-mobility, does that also make it even more complex for you to get investors on board? Can you say something about this? And the same will be for James.
Yeah, I would actually say it's not more complex. It makes it easier than anything else because, e-mobility is sexy and it's the new hot thing, and everybody runs after it. Productive use of renewable energy, CO2, climate change, you tick all the boxes. But where I would say it gets very challenging is if you, remove all these, all the gray smoke and you boil it down to what it really needs. We said it previously, energy infrastructure is required. Now, what is energy infrastructure? It's a battery. It's not hydrogen, it's not a big ass fast charging cable for a bus, it's a battery. And so if we boil it down to what it is, I'm asking you, give me $5 million, I'll put it in batteries, and those batteries will last a long time and they generate money, and then I'll give it back to you. Do you trust me and my batteries? That's what we have to that's where we have to reach. And at the moment, when you talk to a lot of investors, they don't know what Asian 650 is, they don't know what NMC, LFP is, chemistry is, lifetime. They hear once in a while these batteries catch fire, so they're just uncomfortable. And if you look at it from an investor's perspective, he has a stack of proposals, not comfortable. Not comfortable? Comfortable, maybe. I do, I move with this one, He's not going to go back to university for your little battery project in Uganda, right? So it's our job to increase their level of comfort to the point that they say, hey, you know what? I think I've understood it well enough, including the risk, to say, yes, let's do it. And yeah, I believe that's the most fundamental problem that we have to overcome at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it resonates for you, James.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely echo that. I like the positive take on the interest in e-mobility. I disagree. I think there's just a lot of yeah, we've seen a couple of big tickets, but again, in face of the overall market, is just dropping, right?
Yeah.
And it starts with the problem of can you raise your hand if you're an investor here? Great. So we've got an investment discussion with no investors. I went to the same thing for the entire Pan-African E-Mobility Association. There's nobody here. They don't come to the meetings.
Yeah.
Most of them are actually too busy going to their own meetings trying to raise money for themselves because the investors themselves seem to not have much money right now at the earlier, sub $50 million ticket range.
Yeah.
So I think that's a challenge. But more generally, yeah, to speak to the comfort thing, the motorcycle side of the business is basically asset financing, which is basically fintech, which is where 90% of the venture capital to Africa has gone. And it makes sense if you think about it, because investors are finance people. So they invest in what they know, which is finance people. So that makes sense. But now if you try to do anything else, and especially around infrastructure in general, is much, much harder at, again, the sub $50 to $100 million range. And then on top of that, it's not a fixed asset where they feel this security on land and whatever, but it's a movable asset. And you have the technology risk that we hear. And they don't understand it, and they don't want to understand, like, the list of projects. This one's going to take me 3 months to understand, and this one I get, so I'll do the one I get now.
Yeah.
So I think this is really holding the whole industry back because the tech is proven. I still hear from some investors, oh, well, the tech isn't clear anymore. Like, guys, China's been doing this for more than 15, 20 years. Very, very successfully.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't get out much. Like,
Yeah.
go to Shenzhen and then come back and tell me it's not really
Yeah.
proven.
Yeah.
So really, I think there's just a mentality shift that has to happen on the investor side.
Yeah.
And again, just sheer volume of capital for these kinds of projects is insufficient.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, indeed, I think we also as Get Invest, we are working on this awareness for the e-mobility players. So understood. There's much awareness to do still. Kevin, also, you are also a client of us since 1, 2 years, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
How has Get Invest helped you, and how far are you in this investment process, financing process, fundraising process?
Yeah, so basically our journey has been collaborative. It's more like we have a document that we need to work on, need to improve. The team supports us. We have a potential investor we want to reach out to in potential project we want to try to get into. We reach out to them. They tell us whether they have a contact, they don't have a contact, where they do, they make an introduction. So we have been able to do it collaboratively. For the last 2 years, we were mostly focused on debt and grants. Next year, we are focused on equity. So we have started working on the material together for that raise. And also in terms of like legal support, sometimes you have complex questions around the various jurisdictions. You have, for example, a China supplier, you don't know how to maybe read into their law, and so basically reach out to the team if they have some knowledge. So it has been very much, do we have a question? Do they have an answer? When we need to think through something, very quick to reach out to them, and they'll get back to us very fast. So not necessarily a training approach to it, but more a collaboration on how do we get there, how do we organize ourselves to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And the last, also the question also for you, as Get Invest client, how has it been till now, and where are you now in the process with Get Invest?
Yes, thanks for that question. it hasn't been long since we began working with GetInvest, but so far, our managing director and our finance manager have been working with Mr. Okoko, Jeremy, and so far he has helped us with our business, with our financial statements, because for most financiers, especially for EPC companies, they would like to see how you're managing your funds, how much money you're making, so that they can get the confidence to invest into your company. So far, our financial statements have been worked upon, and believe within a short time we shall be able to convince the financiers and investors to invest in us. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. Thank you. I'm now looking at the public. Any question from you? For any last questions, I would like two. Manuela? Yeah. And then a second one also in the background. And in the meantime, to my panelists, the last question that I will ask you when we close is one lesson learned and how you overcome that. Just also to share that with the public. Yeah, one lesson learned and how you overcome that. Okay, the first question. And can you also say who you are and then who are you addressing it, maybe? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kenny, and I work with Smart24 TV. My question goes to James and Jacob. The problem with, or the advantage that these other border companies are having is accessibility of spare parts. I don't know if these electronic motorcycles use the same spare parts as these other motorcycles that use fuel.
Ours do.
Yeah, you're looking at the two guys who use the bikes that you can find them anywhere in Uganda.
So the spare parts are always there.
Yes.
And do these people know how to operate, like fix these electronic motorcycles using those spare parts? Thank you.
So the mechanical part of the motorcycle.
The local people.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you see the motorcycle you saw there on the picture. It looks like a Bajaj, TVS, the local bike. So the mechanics here can work on all the mechanical things. Now, the only thing that we change is what you call the electric powertrain. So we put an electric motor, we put an electric controller, we put the battery and all the wires. Those 4 things, they don't know yet. So at the moment, if there's a problem with any of these things, they have to come to our factory and we fix those components. In the long run, our vision is that all these things are pretty much as open source as a Bajaj engine, because I don't want anyone having to drive all the way from Jinja to get a repair here, right? In the long run, we hope that there will be a future where we have, just like we have thousands of motorcycle mechanics in Uganda, right? And they can take motors apart, put them back together. I don't know how to do that. And I believe one day, all of them will be there with multimeters and soldering irons and whatnot. So that's where we are at the moment. To add.
Yeah, just to touch, to conclude on that, I mean, Zembo and Gogo together have been kind of founding members of Uganda E-Mobility Association, which was just launched last week. And part of the vision that we have, that we share, is to help increase the training. And Gogo has done a ton of work on this, I think in collaboration with GIZ, and training a lot more people in e-mobility. Zembo as well, and we're trying to engage new partners on this. But longer run, it is bigger than what a startup can do. There are thousands and thousands of fundis in Uganda, most of whom have no education, by the way. Most of them didn't even finish high school, and they have no formal training in mechanical repair. What we have been talking to the Secretary for Science, Technology and Innovation in Uganda is that the government provides some support and other development partners to run just massive training programs to train hundreds of people every year for this emerging industry, which will become the standard. Like the fuel boda's days are numbered, at least in the city. So this is inevitable, and it's a great opportunity, I think, to train a whole new generation of young people to maintain.
Thank you. Did we answer your question? Yeah, good. Your name and who you are addressing, and I hope also to the other participants.
Okay. My name is Jonan Twinamatsko. I am the CEO and founder of SU Energies. I don't know whether my question is specifically addressed to any of the panelists, but I hope I can get insight from any of the panelists or someone in the room from Get Invest. I am involved in the PV market, solar to be specific, and I have invested and continue to invest in stocking. There's been a gap of no large-scale holders of PV products in Uganda. So being able to sign up channel partnerships and be able to bring, say, up to 5 megawatts of solar panels, inverters, and lithium batteries into the market. But then you earlier asked the question about distribution. And from the off-taker's point of view, the EPCs or the contractors or installers, they probably need an incentive or a structure in form of financing to then be able to ensure access and business development. How would you share your experiences in the structuring and modeling with Get Invest? How would I fill in the gap? How would I work with Get Invest, for example, to structure a facility that supports the EPCs to be able to access a available product that I've invested in heavily, to then extend the services that are actually needed in large scale, but that I cannot afford because of lack of cash flow and access to finance. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. There's some pressure for me to close because I hear that the minister is closing or something. I don't know. But what I would suggest you is we can talk after this meeting. But is there someone from you who wants to give some light on this question from your experience? I'm looking to Ambrosa, Philip, or you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think thinking about it from a revolving credit perspective would be really helpful because without that revolving credit for us, it's very difficult to operate. And what our intention basically, I think for this quarter and next quarter is to expand how many people can give us a revolving credit to support what we do.
Yeah. Do you want to add something, Philippe?
Yes, currently as an EPC company, we do installations and most of the things we install, I'm sure his company supplies. Those are, we have PV panels, and for C&I, we mostly, for our storage, mostly depend on lithium-ion batteries. And in Uganda, currently, C&I is not yet so much developed. When you go to most factories I visited in Namamve, they're still new. You find actually, when you talk to them, they believe that they don't need solar. Each time you approach a client, they just tell you point blank, we don't need a solar system, we have a generator. So I believe it more comes into, it more goes to the Ministry of Energy to spread awareness on the solar system. And still some have a belief that solar is for only domestic houses. They believe solar systems are meant to be small because when you observe in Uganda, most of the solar systems are in rural areas. Even those in urban believe they don't need solar. Because they believe in towns, we always have power, there's constant supply. So that's where the challenge comes in, just awareness. So through the Ministry of Energy, if awareness can be, if they can make more people aware of solar systems and its capabilities, with the new technologies in the new storage technologies, that's lithium-ion batteries, I believe the sales will increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. And for the rest, I will, after this session. I take the last question because then I have to, unfortunately, close. Manuela? Oh.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Just two short questions. One.
For who? Can you say to who you address the question?
Sorry, I don't know whether I wanted this question to go to invest, get invest. I don't know.
Okay, can we keep it? I just want a question now only for the participants. Yeah, just so there's one here. Yeah. You didn't have any question? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Last question. Thank you.
Very short. It's all about the, ba- the batteries of those motorcycles.
We can't hear you.
My name is Uganda'S.
Yeah.
And my question is, how long does that battery of those motorcycles take?
How long it lasts?
Yes.
So it lasts for 100 to 150 kilometers in range. It lasts about 6 years in time, and it lasts about 7.5 megawatt hours in energy throughput. Yeah, those are the three lasts.
James? No? Okay. Well, yeah. Well, then I would like to, unfortunately, we have to close this session. We will have, I think, Manuela and Elam, I don't know if she is here, but Manuela and I, we are here in the session. So we are staying here for the ones who wants to discuss with Get Invest. But I would like to thank each of you very much for your participation for this long session. Thank you so much. And yeah, have a good how do you say? A good conference today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And could the panelists please go up again for the photo of from the event? And for those attending, to please kindly scan the QR code to provide your feedback on the session, because it will help us also to understand what you found useful and what we can improve for next time. And the minister will open the session in the hall next to the exhibition hall for those that are going to attend.